Meeting ready, sir?
Yes. 9925 803
Yeah.
3626. 307715.
So good morning, welcome to the session. Okay, so how many people have joined? 12. Okay, normally कितना रहता है? Around 20, right? ठीक है. Class का time कितना? 10:30 ना? ठीक है. So we have already waited for 15 minutes. So let's get started. Okay, so those who are online, guys, can they hear me? Am I audible? Can they please listen?
Yes, sir.
Guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so today let's start with our something new. Please, everyone, please go on mute. So today we are starting with our unsupervised, or you can say unsupervised learning. So in our supervised learning, when we were doing our supervised learning, so in supervised learning, we have learned many algorithms. So for example, your linear, your logistic, your decision tree, random forest, and I can say etc., etc., etc. There are a few more which we'll discuss in supervised, but probably later on. So like we have many algorithms in our supervised, similarly, we have few algorithms in our unsupervised. And the most important is your k-means. Okay? And then we will see few more algorithms, k-means, then you can have your clustering or hierarchical clustering and PCA and all those things. And then अगर मेरा mood करेगा, then I'll discuss DB scan or other things, which is probably DB scan. I think is not mentioned in the syllabus, but if you want, we can have a look for DB scan. But when it comes to the unsupervised learning, K-means is the most important and heavily used algorithm K-means. So again, remember, don't confuse K-means with your KNN. यहाँ पे कोई confusion नहीं चाहिए मेरे को. K-means is your unsupervised and KNN was your supervised. KNN was your supervised. We have already done our KNN, right? So again, I'm saying don't confuse KNN with K-means. Normally, people have tendency to confuse. K-means की theory वो KNN में बोलेगा, KNN की वो K-means में बोलेगा, and which would be totally wrong. ठीक है? Now, let's talk about our unsupervised. So what are the characteristics of unsupervised? So in unsupervised, we do not have no target variable. No target variable, which means no predictions being done. No predictions are done. When you don't have a target variable, then how can you even do a prediction? Okay, no target variable and no sampling. No sampling is needed, which means no train and test. No train and test. No target variables, no prediction done, no sampling needed, no train and test. Okay. But now the question is, when I'm saying no prediction, when I'm not doing the prediction, then what is our aim? Or why should we even bother to build an algorithm? क्यों build करना है जब prediction करना ही नहीं है? So if you have to do prediction forecasting, I know that we need a model. But when I'm saying no prediction, then why do we even need to build a model? क्या कर जरूरत है? क्यों चाहिए हमें एक मॉडल? सोचो, जब प्रेडिक्शन करना ही नहीं है तो मॉडल की जरूरत भी क्या है? ओके, कंपेयरिंग व्हाट? अभी मैंने बोला ना, के मींस और केएनएन को मिक्स नहीं करना है, तुमने मिक्सिंग चालू कर दी. ये दोनों बिल्कुल अलग चीज हैं. ओके, ठीक है. Though the answer to this is quite obvious, but still, शायद माइंड वहां तक नहीं गया. Let's try understanding with an example. Let's try understanding with an example. Suppose you are owner of a shopping mall. Suppose you are a owner of a shopping mall. या तुम shopping mall के manager हो, whatever. पुणे का कोई एक shopping mall imagine कर लो, let's say Phoenix or whatever. And those who are abroad, out of that, they can imagine this. Now, in shopping mall, number of customers will come. बहुत सारे customers आएंगे on day-to-day basis. And if you take a data of 6 months or 1 year, then the number of customers who are visiting to your shopping mall can be in millions also. Okay. So now let me say you have a data, you are an owner of a shopping mall and you have a data something like this. You have a data of gender. You can easily get the gender data, right? When actually remember these days when people are doing shopping, before billing they are asking for your telephone number, mobile number मांगता है ना. तो मैं अगर एक grocery shopping करने भी आता तभी वो तुम्हारा मोबाइल नंबर मांग लेता है. देते हो तुम लोग? देते हो? आगे से मत देना, ठीक है? Gender, then probably let's say age. These two things are very obvious. Anyone can get it just by seeing you, gender, age. And then he is asking for your mobile number also, and you are willingly giving it also. Then let me say you have some shopping. items bought. Items bought data can be easily got, can be easily fetched because you are buying the item. So he knows that data. Let me say. Then let me say he also has the shopping mall has tie-up with some banks. Normally they have some tie-up with banks. Is bank ka card use karo ya uska use karo to 10% discount, 15% discount. They have tie-up with some bank. So you are using your, let me say, some kind of credit card you are using. So they know your, let me say, they get to know some idea about your income. Credit card ke through tumhara income ka idea hota hai. And then let me say there was some festive shopping season going on and they were running a campaign and yahan pe they were asking you to fill some kind of form. तो कभी कभी देखा है कि वो they ask you for your date of birth also forms में, right? So let me say they know your date of birth also. And if they know your date of birth, probably they know your age also, right? And then there was some survey being done and many customers have revealed their occupation also, कि वो किस type का occupation करते हैं, IT में है या डॉक्टर हैं, लॉयर हैं, whatever, ठीक है? And then obviously you have this type of data. You also have a data which says that in which city you are living. So let's say if the mall is in Pune, then most of the people may be from Pune. So the city data may be needed, may not be needed. It may bring information, it may not bring much information. You also have a data of city also. Okay. Gender, age, mobile number, you have items bought. So basically, based upon the items bought, what are you getting? You are getting the shopping pattern also. कौन सा इंसान किस टाइप की शॉपिंग कर रहा है, ठीक है? तो शॉपिंग पैटर्न also. Now, you are from owner of the mall or manager of the mall, and you have this type of data for, let me say, let's take a very modest number. Let me say 10 lakh people, which is very obvious. Right? Considering a city like Pune, getting a data of 10 lakh people is very easy. Keeping in mind, if you have gathered the data, let's say over a year you have gathered the data. You have this type of data. Now, you have entries of these, you have these features of 10 lakh people. 10 lakh लोगों का तुम्हारे पास डेटा आ गया है, along with the mobile number, or you can say your email ID also. Now, think from the perspective of the shopping mall owner or manager. Is this data useful to you? क्या ये डेटा किसी काम का है? किस काम में आएगा? इस डेटा को तुम कैसे यूज कर सकते हो? Advertisement, how? Promotions, yes. You can use for your promotions. So this data, once you have this data, probably you don't want to do any prediction. No prediction you want to do. तुम्हें कोई prediction करने का तो मन नहीं है, because you don't have any target variable. You don't want to predict any gender. You don't want to predict the age, mobile, item, spot, income, date of birth, occupation, city. You don't want to predict anything. But this data is still very useful to increase your business. So for example, the person, you know their shopping pattern, which type of person or which person is spending how much money in your mall per month. So based upon his shopping pattern, you can give him recommendations. Let's say a new shop is being opened. एक new shop open हो रही तुम्हारे mall में. Old shop is getting closed, new shop is getting open, and which is selling some high-end watches. महंगी घड़ियां. So out of these 10 lakh people, you will not send the recommendation or messages to all the 10 lakh. You will send the recommendation to only those people whom you think can buy your watches. जरूरी तो नहीं कि हर इंसान खरीद सके. So you will focus on the income and shopping pattern and age and gender, and try to send the recommendation or the messages, WhatsApp message or normal message, promotional offers to those people who are likely to buy your watches. Okay. Let me say, using this data, you can give your discounts offer. ठीक है, you can do your cross selling. ठीक है, you can also do your upselling. Cross selling means you are trying to sell similar product. You are trying to sell similar product. Suppose करो किसी ने एक type of cloth खरीदा था. He has bought a cloth which was costing around 2000 or 5000. You will try to sell him another type of brand which is again of similar cost. So that is your cross selling. Upselling means you will try to sell him product which is a little higher level. ठीक है, सपोज करो किसी के पास एक हैचबैक थी, तुम उसको अब SUV सेल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो. So that would be falling as your upselling. You are trying to sell a product which is of higher category and profit. So basically, do you notice, even when I'm not doing any prediction, I can still use the data which I have for my own business interest. Okay? So that is where your K-means algorithm or your unsupervised algorithm will come. Now, what will happen in real life if this manager is clever enough? So वो क्या करेगा? Or what he should do is, out of these 10 lakh people, out of these 10, guys, please go on mute now. Out of these 10 lakh people, what you can do is you can make 5 to 6 groups, or you can say 5 to 6 clusters. And the clusters can be made based upon your, let me say you make the cluster based upon your age, gender, and income, something like this. So person who are of less age and male, probably, or high income, they may form another cluster. Person who are earning huge amount, they may belong to another cluster. The person who are earning more, you may try to sell them some high-end products. The person who are earning little less, you may try to sell them products which are according to them. And then there are many other things. So for example, let me say, you know the shopping pattern, which type of product person is likely to buy. Now suppose if a person is likes to play badminton, then there is no point showing him the advertisement of a cricket bat or a leather ball or a cricket kit or whatever. So if a person is following badminton, probably you will try to show him the advertisements which he is like, the advertisement of the product which he is likely to buy, right? If you are showing him the advertisement which he is not likely to buy, then it is a wastage of your money also and samne wale ka time also. He would getting disinterested, right? So once you know the shopping pattern, which type of things he is likely to buy. Suppose there is a person who always buys a healthy food. तो उसको healthy food दे दो. जिसको जंक खाने की आदत है उसको जंक वाले प्रोडक्ट्स दिखाओ. ठीक है, cold drinks and all those things, right? So even when you are no prediction is being done, you can still get the insights from your data, and those insights can be used to increase your business and sales also, profit also, and customer happiness also. So is this question getting answered? When I don't have any target variable, why do I even need to build a model? Build a model is because this data can still be used for your own business. Okay. So what was, did I started with K-means? मैंने अब तक K-means से start नहीं करा है. I'm yet to start with K-means. I'm just talking about what is unsupervised learning or how unsupervised learning can be used for your businesses, or where should you use your unsupervised learning. यहाँ तक clear है? Okay, now let's start with our K-means. Now I am taking a plunge into K-means. इसकी theory थोड़ी बड़ी है, but interesting है, and you can start using it in your real life also. But coding part would be very simple. Okay, so K-means theory, guys. In K-means theory, what we discuss in two parts. How K-means actually works. Okay, and how to find K in K-means. How to find K in K-means. The second part is even more important. ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा important है. There are high chances कि question पूछा जा सकता है तुमसे. How to find the K in K-means. What is K? And this is where again I'm saying don't get confused with this K with your KNN वाला K. वहां पे भी K निकालते हैं, यहाँ पे भी K निकालते हैं, but दोनों के निकालने का तरीका अलग है. How to find K in your K-means. What is K? K is nothing but number of neighbors, नहीं clusters. बोलने तो दो. Number of clusters. K in K-means is number of clusters. Clusters is nothing but your number of groups, you can say. Number of groups. Groups को तुम ऐसे suppose कर लो circles हैं. ठीक है? How many groups do you want to form? That is the number of clusters. ठीक है? Don't get confused with number of neighbors. Number of neighbors was in KNN. KNN was supervised. K means is unsupervised. कौन सा? 3 ठीक है. नहीं 5 तो ठीक है. 5 यहाँ रख दो. बात का बैच है. ये 32 है. दे देना. हाँ तो इतनी मेरा नहीं. सुनो ना ब्लैक कॉफी लेना. ठीक है. सो नंबर ऑफ क्लस्टर्स और दी ग्रुप्स. ठीक है. अच्छा. Number of clusters or the number of groups. Okay. Now tell me, how many people are there in this class? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there are 13 people. This class में जो बैठे हैं 13 लोग हैं. So tell me, how many maximum groups can you form? Maximum groups कितने हो सकते हैं? 13. हर एक ग्रुप में एक इंसान. How many groups can you form? The maximum groups you can form is 13. In each group there is only one person. Minimum how many groups can you form? Minimum how many groups can you form? 1. All 13 people are in same group, one group, right? So if you are forming the 13 groups, then the value of K in K-means will become 13. If you are forming one group, then value of K will become 1. अब सबको समझ में आ रहा है K का मतलब क्या है? The only question is कि how the groups would be formed, which we will see. But how many groups you are forming? But how do we form groups? यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी similarity आ रही है between your KNNs and K-means. Groups are formed based on similarity. How are groups formed? Groups are formed based upon similarity. जो similar लोग हैं वो एक group में आ जाएंगे. Opposite attract करने वाला चीज यहाँ पे नहीं लगेगा. ठीक है? Groups are formed based upon similarity. Now another question is, how do you measure the similarity? Similarity हम measure कैसे करेंगे? Yes, absolutely right. किसने बोला distance? Yes, perfectly right answer. So distance. Similarity would be measured. ये emotional similarity नहीं है कि मेरे emotions से match करता है. ठीक है? Because there is no formula to measure it, and if you want to build algorithm, there should be some formula. So the only formula which I can see is distance, and distance has to be your Euclidean distance. That is your shortest distance. ठीक है? So इतनी चीजें note down करो. Note down few lines. In K means the groups would be formed based upon similarity. Similarity is measured based upon the distance, and distance is nothing but your Euclidean distance. Distance nothing but your Euclidean distance. Correct? Okay. Now, कभी भी K means actually start नहीं किया मैंने. I'm just building the background. Now, let me say again. Let me come to this class. Class में कितने लोग हैं? 13 people हैं. There are 13 people in class. जो मेरे सामने है वैसे तो 20 हो गए. There are 13 people in class. ठीक है. Now let me say एक dietitian है. A dietitian wants to create a diet plan. Tell me, answer one question. How many unique plan that dietitian can create? 13 unique plan, each plan for everyone. सबके लिए अलग अलग plan. So how many unique plan? 13 plan, or I can say maximum plans are 13 and minimum plan one. So over here the value of K will become 13 and over here the value of K will become 1. K will become 13 and K will become 1. Now, do you think that I am saying either I am saying K equal to 1 or K equal to 13? Do you think, is there any problem with this? क्या इनसे कोई प्रॉब्लम है? अरे K equal to 1 से तो प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है. K equal to 1 means तुमने सबके लिए एक ही प्लान दिया. वो प्लान कैसा होगा? सुबह जल्दी उठो, अच्छा खाना खाओ, बस यही तो होगा. Otherwise, you should put something else. But K equal to 13, you need plan for everyone. Is it possible?
No.
सबके लिए बिल्कुल यूनिक होना चाहिए. 100% different plan. Probably again it is not possible. Let's say instead of 13 people, there were 100 people. Then can you create a 100 unique plan where nothing should be common?
No.
No. But since you are saying, I want to create 100 separate plans, then purposefully you have to bring some changes. किसी के में 10 ग्राम बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, 10 ग्राम purposely कम करना पड़ेगा to make it different. So it means K equal to 1 and K equal to 13. Both of them have some issue. Both of them have some issue. So the better answer would be the value of K somewhere between 1 to 13. It can be 2 also, it can be 3 also, 4 also, 5 also, 6 also, whatever, right? So it means, what does it mean? I want to find, it means that finding the proper value of K. Finding the proper value of K is needed. Now imagine the same mall data. In mall data, you have 10 lakh people. So if you think every individual is separate, then you should have 10 lakh groups, right? And if you consider that all 10 lakh people are same, then you will have only one group. It means for all the 10 lakh, you will be sending same recommendation. If you are saying all 10 lakh people are different, for different people, for every different people, you need to have a different strategy, right? So if you are creating 10 lakh group, then your problem is very complicated. If you are creating only one group, then problem becomes oversimplified and you would not be doing proper justice to your data. Right? Now, so it means we should find the value of K. K की हमें value निकालनी ही चाहिए. Proper value निकालनी चाहिए. ठीक है? So we will see how to find the value of K, but little later on. As of now, so basically what I said that I will discuss the K-means theory in 2 parts, how it actually works and how to find the K in K-means. अभी मैंने सिर्फ इतना पार्ट बताया कि K की वैल्यू निकालनी क्यों है, क्यों जरूरी है, कैसे निकलती है वो भी देखें. ठीक है? Now let's actually start with the K-means. अब समझो K-means start हो रहा है. अब तक background build कर रहे थे हम लोग. K-means starts. Now I am going to write say a few lines. Please make a note of it and then probably we'll discuss. So K-means is the unsupervised algorithm. K-means is the unsupervised algorithm. where your K stands for number of clusters. Where your K stands for your number of clusters. Where your K stands for your number of clusters. And cluster is nothing but group. And K in K means is a hyperparameter. K in K means is a hyperparameter, user can control it. K in K means is a hyperparameter, user can control it. K in K means is a hyperparameter which user can control it. कितना लिख लिया? ठीक है. Later on I'll dictate few more things. Now. Consider we have group of people. Consider we have group of people and we know their age. We know their age. So let me say the age is 35, age is 40, 41, 19, 18, 30, 29, 27, 28, 50, 55, 60, 63, 64, 70, 43, 42, 21, 22, 27, 47, 49, 34, 36, 70, okay, now, so you know the age of the people and your aim is, let me say your aim is to create two groups based on the age. You want to create two groups based upon the age, right? So when I said two groups, it means I am saying the value of K is equal to 2. So remember, K is a hyperparameter, user can give it. So as of now, imagine the user has set two groups and no one should ask me the question, why 2, why not 3? It is a hyperparameter, mera man hai 2. Later on, we will see how to find the value, whether it is should be 2 or 3. Okay. But as of now, I have said, let's form the two groups. So imagine two groups being created. And how are the groups created? Groups are created based upon your similarity. And how is similarity measured? Distance. It means the person who are of lower age should come in one group or higher age वाले दूसरे group चले जाते हैं. So कौन-कौन से लोगों को ग्रुप में डालना चाहोगे? Suppose करो मैं यहाँ पे एक और एज डाल देता हूँ. Below 30 in one group, more than 30 in another group. Why? मैंने एक्सपेंडिचर तो डेटा दिया ही नहीं, मैंने तो सिर्फ एज दिया. तो तुम अपने मन से ला रहे हो. अभी सिर्फ एज, बाकी चीजें भूल जाओ. ठीक है, कोई भी चलेगा. So someone is saying till 30, someone is saying till 40, कोई बोल रहा है कुछ भी. So it means answer is not fixed. It means I should have some method to fix the answer. Otherwise कोई अपने हिसाब से ग्रुप कर ले. कोई जो 18 से लेके 30 तक है उनको एक ग्रुप में डाल दे सकता है. Other greater than 30, he can put it in another group. But don't you think if the more people are towards the 30, And so let's say if most of the people are between 30 to 60, then they should form one group. And if very few people are 70 to 90, then they should form a separate group. But if more people are between 30 to 40, then they should form one group. So it also means that not only about the age, but how many people are belonging to that age will also be impacting your decision. Correct? Okay. So it means there is no fixed answer. So I should put some kind of logic over here. Okay. Again, I'm repeating, consider you have the age of these many people and you want to form two groups. So how should I form? So now what k-means will do, k-means will randomly, and mark my word, randomly. It will randomly select any two records and mark them as centroid. Mark them as centroid. Centroid क्या होता है? सर्कल का सेंटर. Randomly select कर देंगे. सपोज करो मैं थोड़ा सा कैलकुलेशन इजी करने के लिए मैंने ऐसा सेलेक्ट कर लिया. लेट मी से 30 and 33. I am saying these are the centroids of my clusters, and for a talking purpose, let's give some name, cluster A and cluster B. So what is this 30 and 33? Centroids which have randomly being selected. So instead of selecting 30, you could select 60 also, 55 also. Instead of selecting 33, you select something else also. But normally, let's say mean के आसपास का select कर सकते हो, or minimum, maximum, whatever. Now, what I will do, so remember similarity is based upon your distance. So what I will do, I will measure the distance of 35 to 30 and 35 to 33. Distance कम कहाँ पे होगा?
33.
33 में कम होगा. So wherever the distance is less, similarity would be more. Distance कम होगा, similarity ज़्यादा होगी. Chances of being neighbors will increase. So this 35 will come in this cluster. What about 40? 40 कहाँ आना चाहिए? So what I will do, I will measure the distance between 40 and 30, 40 and 33. So 40 will come over here. Correct? Then 19 will come over here. 18 will come over here. 30 will come over here. 29 will come over here. 27 will come over here. 28 will come over here. 50, 55, 60, 63, 70, 43, 42. Then 18 will come over here. 21 will come over here. 22 will come over here. 27 will come over here. 47 moves here. 49 moves here. 34, 36, 36, then 70. 25 will come over here. And 33 is obviously to come over here. इतना सबको समझ में आया? ठीक है. अब एक काम करो, एक बार ये नोट कर लो. Take a minute and try noting it. Or if you अगर नहीं करना है continuation में तो बाद में भी कर सकते हो. Or you can go through the recording sessions also. ठीक है ना? ठीक है. So what I have done is I have started with some random assignment. So these centroids which I'm marking in, let me say red, these were randomly assigned. These were randomly assigned. So instead of taking 30 and 33, I could have taken any other number also. So what do you think? Can I say that I have got a final model? क्या मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि final model आ गया है? सोचो. Can I say I have got a final model? Answer is obviously no. Why? Because instead of 30 and 33, if I would have started with 50 and 60, then I would have got some another cluster. Suppose करो मैंने 30, 33 से start नहीं किया था. 43 and 25 से start किया था, then my clusters would have been different. Correct? So it means I haven't got the final model or the best model. And why so? Because the clusters were randomly assigned. So I have taken 30, 33. You might have taken 50 and 60. Then your cluster and my cluster would have been entirely different. But ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए, right? So एक line और note down करो in your k-means theory. Write on a line. K means is a iterative process. K means is a iterative process. Iterative process. Probably this is the first time you are hearing the word iterative, but now this word will be a constant part of your life. It is a iterative process. What does iterative means? Which repeats. Repeats. It repeats. कोई एग्जांपल ले सकते हो इटरेटिव का? फॉर लूप. यस, मैं थोड़ा और रियल लाइफ मांग रहा था. हाउ डज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग लर्न्स? इटरेटिव होता है. आज कुछ सीखा, फिर आज जो सीखा उसके ऊपर कल कुछ सीखा. राइट? द ह्यूमन बीइंग, द वे ह्यूमन बीइंग लर्न्स और एनी एनिमल और एनी व्हाटएवर इज ऑलवेज अ इटरेटिव प्रोसेस. आज कुछ सीखा थोड़ा सा, फिर थोड़ा और, फिर थोड़ा और धीरे धीरे थोड़ा सा आज तुम बुढ़े हुए, फिर थोड़ा कल हुए, कल करते करते पूरे बुढ़े हो गए. ठीक है. सो लर्निंग इज अ iterative process. Now the same thing would be applied in your K means also. So K means is your iterative process, which means it will repeat itself. It will repeat itself. At the starting, क्या sure? ये वाला तो बंद कर देना, otherwise बहुत शोर करता है. एसी ऑन कर लो ना. मेक इट चिल अगर गर्मी लग रही है. एट द स्टार्टिंग गाइस प्लीज सब फैन वैन सब भूल जाओ, थोड़ी देर यहाँ पे फोकस करो. एट द स्टार्टिंग सेंट्रॉइड्स वर रैंडमली असाइंड. इस लाइन को भी नोट डाउन करोगे सब लोग. एट द स्टार्टिंग सेंट्रॉइड्स वर randomly assigned. Starting में randomly assigned with, again I am saying, हर बार randomly assigned नहीं होने वाले. At the starting, centroids were randomly assigned, and so at the starting I have taken 30 and 33, and now all of the records have either moved to your cluster A or to your cluster B. So what has happened? First iteration has happened. First iteration. पहला इटरेशन हो गया. फर्स्ट इटरेशन इज डन. फर्स्ट इटरेशन इज डन, बट आई कैनॉट से दैट मॉडल हैज कन्वर्ज्ड. I cannot say that a model has converged or I have got the final model or the best model. Why? Because centroids were randomly assigned. If I would have taken some another randomly assigned cluster, my final output have been different. यहां तक कोई doubt, कोई questions, please बताओ. I'll just wait. आई नो लोगों के मन में डाउट आ रहा है कि रैंडमली लिया है तो फाइनल क्लस्टर कैसे आएगा. ये क्वेश्चन है तुम्हारे मन में. अभी आ जाएगा. हम इटरेट करेंगे. अभी तो प्लेग्राउंड पे छोड़ दिया तुम्हें फुटबॉल खेलने के लिए. तुम खेल लो. अब धीरे से कोच आएगा, तुम्हें गाइड कर देगा. ठीक है. अब समझो कोच आने ही वाला है. सो रैंडमली असाइन मींस आउट ऑफ दीज नंबर्स. जो नंबर्स यहाँ पे दिए हैं ना, हाँ कोई सा भी नंबर आंख बंद करके असाइन कर दो. टेक एनी वन नंबर एंड असाइन इट टू क्लस्टर ए. टेक एनी अनदर नंबर एंड असाइन इट टू क्लस्टर बी. ठीक है. भगवान तक पहुंचने के बहुत सारे रास्ते हैं. राइट? सब आखिरी में आके मिल जाएंगे. अभी देखो कैसे मिल जाएंगे. ठीक है. सो अगेन आई एम सेइंग फर्स्ट इटरेशन में रैंडमली असाइन. नाउ व्हाट विल हैपन? व्हाट आई विल डू? आई विल फाइंड द मीन. I'll find the mean of cluster A and mean of cluster B. For finding the mean, what I will do is I'll add all these numbers. जिनको मैं blue में mark कर रहा हूँ ना, ये सारे numbers को मैं add करूंगा और divide कर दूंगा. I'll find the mean of these numbers and I'll find the mean of these numbers. Let's do one thing. Let's find the mean. मैं एक Excel sheet open करता हूँ. The best way to find. Okay, so let me say cluster A and cluster B. So cluster A के numbers बताओ क्या क्या हैं. सिर्फ मैं रख रहा हूँ, तुम लोग सिर्फ देखना. I should not make any typo. 19, 18, 30,
29,
हाँ,
28,
28, 18,
21, 22,
21, 22,
27, 25,
27, 25. क्लस्टर बी के बताओ.
35, 40.
एक सेकेंड. हाँ हाँ 35 से स्टार्ट करो और क्लॉकवाइज जाओ.
35, 40, 50.
एक सेकंड. अरे भाई मुझे टाइप तो करना. 35, 40.
50.
हाँ
55.
हाँ
60, 63, 70, 43, 42, 47, 49, 34, 36, 70, 33.
36.
70, 33.
Proper? I hope I haven't missed anything. Nothing? Okay. Now, what is the mean of cluster A? Mean is 24. And what is the mean over here? Mean over here is 48.46. Or you can say 48 also. फिर मैं भूल गया कितना था इसका. 24. 24. Okay. So mean was 24. So let me say cluster A and the new mean is 24. For cluster B, what was the new mean?
48.
48 point something. Okay, 48 point. Let's for our calculation, let's take it as 48. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my second iteration. In second iteration, guys, do you notice the centroids are not randomly assigned, but they are calculated. Since they are getting calculated, the amount of randomness will start to vanish. Okay. In second iteration, centroids are not randomly assigned, but they are calculated. And again, I'll repeat the process. So what I'll do, I'll measure the distance between 35 and 24, 35 and 48. तो ये कहाँ पे आना चाहिए? अब ये यहाँ पे आ जाएगा. Previously ये कहाँ पे था? Cluster B में था. So it is changing the place. What about 40? 40 will come over here. 41 will come over here. 19 will come over here. 18 will come over here. What about 30? 30 will come over here. 29, 27, 28, 27, 28. फिर 50 आ गया ना? 50, 55, 60, 63, 70. नहीं अच्छा 70 से पहले 64 है. ठीक. 64, then 43, right? 43, 42, 18 will come over here. 21 will come over here. 22 will come over here. 27, 47 will obviously move here. 49, 34. Can I say 34 will come over here? 34, 36. 36 my choice थोड़ा मुश्किल है. But let me say, since it is a tough choice, you mark it in any way. You either you put it in A or B. मैंने यहाँ पे डाल दिया. Or if you want, you can put it over. Because it was 48 point something na. So let's put it over. So 36. And then 70 has to be over here. And then 25, 33. Okay. Now, what I'll do is, so how many records shifted the place? कौन से records shift कर गए? Can I say the records which have shifted the place are 35, 34, 33? और कोई record shift किया? From B to A or A to B? Anything else which has shifted? Naina? So now what I'll do is, so which all records shifted? 35, 34 and 33. So what I'll do is I'll add 35, 34 and 33 and I'll remove 35 and I'll remove 34 and I'll remove 33. Now, let's find the mean. So now what is the mean? Mean is 26.14. And what is the mean over here? 52.08. So it is an iterative process. So I am done with my second iteration. Second iteration is over. Now let's move towards the third iteration. Again cluster A and cluster B. फिर से देख लेते हैं. This is 26.14, so let's take it as 26, and this is 52.08. So 26 and let me say 52. So this 26 and 52 are the calculated centroids. They are calculated centroids. And again, I will repeat the process. So 35, 40, 41. So 35 will come over here. 40 किधर आएगा? 40 इधर आ जाएगा. 41 इधर आ जाएगा. Then 19, 18, 30. 19, 18 and 30. Then 29, 27, 28. 29, 27, 28. मैं कुछ मिस तो नहीं कर रहा ना? 29, 27, 28, 50, 55 and 60. So मैं तीन numbers ले रहा हूँ. 50, 55 and 60. 63, 64, 70. 63, 64, 70. 63, 64, 70. 43, 42. 43, 42 भी इधर ही आ जाएगा. 43, 42. 43, 42, 18, 21, 22. 18, 21, 22. Thank you, Bharat. 18, 21, 22. 27, 47, 49. 22 ना? नहीं, 22 तो हो गया. 22 हो गया. 27. Then 42 नहीं है, वो 47 है. 47, 49. 47, 49. Then 34, 36. 34, 36. 70. 25. 33. क्या कोई नंबर? Did any numbers move from cluster A to B or B to C? Oh, sorry, A to B and B to A. Compare from second iteration. From second iteration to third iteration, did any numbers change? Did any numbers change? 36 सिर्फ change हुआ है. Right? 36 सिर्फ change हुआ है. ठीक है? Now, do you notice one thing? That in my second iteration, there were 3 to 4 records which jumped. Jump means they moved from one cluster to the another cluster, but this time only one record is moving. So only 36 has shifted the place. So what I will do is I'll add 36 over here, और इसको 36 को यहाँ से हटा देते हैं. Now let's do one thing. So 53.54 and this is 26.8. So इसको ले लेते हैं 26.8 को 27 ले लेते हैं, राउंड ऑफ कर लेते हैं थोड़ा सा, and 53.54. So इसको 54 ले लेते हैं, somewhere around 54. Now, guys, do you notice one thing before I conclude? So I am saying K means is a iterative process, which means it runs multiple times. बार बार run करता है. But if it is running multiple times, then it should stop also. हमेशा के लिए तो run नहीं हो सकता ना. So for example, today you are learning something, you will learn something. But कभी तो नौकरी के लिए भी इंटरव्यू दोगे ना. हमेशा तो नहीं करोगे ना, आज भी सीखना, आज भी सीखना. कभी तो तुम बोलोगे ना, आप सीख लिया, आप थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं. So it is a iterative process. So it means it should stop also. It should stop also. So we should have some stopping criteria also. कहाँ पे रोकें, कितने iteration के बाद रोकें, right? So basically, if the mean gets kind of fixed means even if it is not 100% fixed, it is almost fixed. If the mean is kind of fixed, which also implies records will stop to move from one cluster to another cluster. अगर सोचो मीन फिक्स है तो पॉइंट्स एक क्लस्टर से दूसरे क्लस्टर में मूव ही नहीं करेंगे, करेक्ट? और if points are not moving, then mean will remain fixed. If nothing new is coming and nothing is going out, then mean will remain fixed. And if mean is fixed, then there is no point doing further iteration. So this is the stopping criteria. इसको लिख लो please. When the mean gets kind of fixed, which means records are not moving from one cluster to the another cluster, which implies that my model has converged. सब लोग इस वर्ड को नोट डाउन करेंगे, converge. आने वाले टाइम्स में इसका heavily यूज होना है, converged. Converged means you have arrived at the final model. You should stop now. Your model has converged. भगवान मिल गए, अब भक्ति छोड़ो, ऐसा समझ। अब मस्ती का टाइम आ गया। क्या रिपीट? भगवान मिल गए? कौन सा सेंटेंस? अच्छा, हाँ, क्या कहां तक लिखा बताओ? तुमने कहां तक लिखा वो तो बताओ, मैं सेंटेंस का लिंक ब्रेक कर दिया। हाँ, when the mean gets kind of fixed, which also implies that records will stop to move from one cluster to another cluster, which means records will stop to move from one cluster to another cluster, which implies that our model has converged. Our model has converged. This is basically a stopping criteria. Our model has converged. Okay. Now, so what is the, so we have done with the third iteration. Fourth iteration कर ले, अगर मन है तो. So what is my new mean? My new mean is 27 and 54. 27 and 54. So now I'm not going to do the entire calculation. तुम लोग सिर्फ सोच के बताओ. Compare your third iteration. So it has changed from 26 to 54. Will any record move? क्या कोई record move करता हुआ दिखता है? क्या कोई record move करता हुआ दिखता है? Probably none of the records will move. Or only thing is, let's check the boundary condition. 40 move करेगा? 40 might move. 40 might move. Apart from 40, none other things will move. सिर्फ 40 move करता हुआ दिखता है बस, ठीक है ना? So neither 40 or neither 41 will move or neither 30. So even if I say, so अगर मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए इसको imagine कर लूं, अगर मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए imagine कर लूं, if I have done the right calculation, if this was 26 point something, ठीक है, 26.14 and this was 54, then even 40 will also not move. Correct? If I assume the exact number 26 point something and 54, then even this may not move. Or if this was your 53 point something, and this was, let me say this was 26 point something and this was 53 point something. ठीक है, exact calculation 53 point something. Then there won't be any record which will move from cluster A to B and from B to A. And if records are not moving, then mean will become fixed. And if mean is becoming fixed, then there is no point further iterating. Correct? And also notice my word that I have said kind of fixed. It may never get 100% fixed. 100% fixed शायद कभी भी नहीं होएगा. But kind of fixed. So in those scenarios, what I will do, I will stop. I'll stop. I'll say I'll got a final model or model has converged. Okay. Now let's say this is my final model. Let's say this is my final model. So basically what I have done, I have built my k-means algorithm where k was 2. k with 2 का एक k-means algorithm build किया। अब जरा मॉडल को ध्यान से देखो, सारे लोअर केस नंबर और लोअर ऑर्डर नंबर्स एक ग्रुप में आ गए एंड सारे हायर नंबर्स एक ग्रुप में आ गए। So the numbers which were belonging to your less than 20 or in 20s or in mid 30s, they have belonged to one group, and the numbers which were in 40s or late 40s or 50s, 60s, 70s, they are in another group. How did I start? So those who are doubting कि मैंने 30 and 33 से start किया इसलिए ऐसा group आया, no, you start with anything. So do you notice when I started this 30 and 33 were very close by number, but फिर भी धीरे धीरे एक का मीन कम होता गया, एक का बढ़ता चला गया. So whether you start with 60, 33 or 60, 25, 60, 70, at the end you would be getting almost similar model. You would be getting almost similar model, if not 100% same, almost similar model. ठीक है. आज घर जाना, you already have these numbers, और घर पे जाके ना किसी और दो सेंट्रॉइड्स को लेके करना, एंड तुम देखोगे कि ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर मॉडल आता है, ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर. के मींस कुछ ऐसे काम करता है, बस स्टार्ट कर दो, धीरे धीरे पहुंच जाओ. वैसे okay, is this part clear? How K means actually works? पढ़ के बताओ K means के बारे में क्या क्या लिखा है. और भी कुछ लिखा होगा.
Which means important record will stop to move from one cluster to another cluster, which implies model as converged.
Implies model as converged. ठीक है. ठीक है. No. ठीक है. Fair enough, guys. Now, let's do one thing. Let's enter into the another territory. How to find K in K means. How to find K in K means. How many clusters my K means should have? Okay, how to find K in K means. And I have already given you the what should be, why we should find the K in K means, because if you want to design a diet plan separately for everyone, it is very tough. Every plan should be unique, then it becomes tough. No. Achha, have you ever heard of these type of terms? So you start with something, and the starting, it is, you are running at a high speed, but then things slowly plateau. एक लिमिट के बाद they increase, but they increase slowly, or the changes come very slowly. Plateau वाला effect होना कभी. कोई एग्जांपल ले सकते हो where things get plateau? हर जगह होता है वैसे तो. हाँ, स्टार्टिंग जैसे रेस खत्म होने वाली होती है, इंसान थक जाता है, धीरे धीरे. और कोई एग्जांपल? अरे बहुत है, भूल जाओ डेटा साइंस, कोई भी एग्जांपल लेके देखो. सपोज करो किसी को वेट लॉस करना है, तो क्या होगा? प्लेटू करेगा. सपोज करो किसी को 20 kg लॉस करना है, 20 kg का वेट लॉस टारगेट है, तो उसने फर्स्ट मंथ में, इन द फर्स्ट मंथ ही फॉलोड प्रॉपर डाइट एंड एक्सरसाइज. सपोज करो उसने 5 kg लूज कर दिया. डू यू थिंक इन सेकंड मंथ आल्सो पर्सन वुड बी एबल टू लूज 5 kg? अब वो 5 kg नहीं लूज करेगा, अब हो सकता है वो 3 kg ही लूज करे. ज्यादा क्यों लूज करेगा? सपोज करो थर्ड मंथ में फिर से वो 3 kg लूज करता है, 4th मंथ में कितना लूज करना था? सो कितना हो गया? 8 + 11 हो गया, राइट? सो 4th मंथ में हो सकता है 2 kg whatever. Now suppose करो after the 8th month he has already lost 19 kgs. Now do you think losing that last 1 kg, is it as easy as losing this 5 kg? It's very difficult. So basically plateau will start to come. Plateau means things are moving, but they are moving very slowly. इसका सेम एग्जांपल, रिमेंबर व्हेन वी वर डिस्कसिंग कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स, तुम्हें ऑलरेडी 95% मार्क्स आ गए, अब तुम्हें 100 चाहिए, तो बहुत ह्यूज एफर्ट लगेगा. Compared to scenario where you already have 50 and you want 70, increasing 20% over here is much easier compared to 95 to 100 जाना. प्लेटो इफेक्ट आएगा. It would be very difficult. ठीक है, अगर परफेक्शन चाहिए तो फिर सब कुछ देना पड़ेगा, राइट? So basically, once you see that plateau is coming, you can stop. Plateau आता हुआ दिख रहा है, स्टॉप हो गया, ठीक है ना? इतना भी क्या वेट लॉस करना है कि बाकी सारी चीजें छोड़नी है ना, ठीक है? So playing badminton is one thing, and if you want to play it at international level, then you have to sacrifice everything, right? But the same concept I would be using to find the k in my k means. ठीक है, k in k means. And I'll take a very simple example for understanding. Consider you have 10 kids, 10 बच्चे हैं, 10 kids in a group or in a play garden, whatever, and they are aged from 1 to 10. 10 kids aged from 1 to 10. Then how many maximum clusters can I form? Or let me say how many minimum clusters? How many minimum clusters? How many minimum clusters can I form? Answer would be 1. So all the 10 kids would be falling in the same group. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All 10 kids will fall in the same cluster. So after your cluster has been created, can I say the centroid would be nothing but your 5.5? So if you take a mean of 1 to 10, it is nothing but your 5.5. 5.5 or 5?
5.5.
5.5. ठीक है, चलो 5.5. I think it, if I add, it would be 55. 55 divided 10 would be 5.5, right? So the mean would be your 5.5. Now what I will do, I will find SSD. This SSD, in a way, you know, it is something mapped to your SSE. SSD is nothing but your sum square distance. Sum square distance. अब ध्यान से देखना ये sum square distance कैसे निकालना. I'll take it for 1 and I'll generalize it. Sum square distance. Sum square distance would be, I will find a distance between 1 and 5.5. So 1 minus 5.5, and since I'm saying the square, I'll take a square, plus 2 and 5.5. 2 minus 5.5 whole square, plus 3 minus 5.5 whole square, and this will continue till your 10 minus 5.5 whole square. प्लीज इसका आंसर निकालो कि देखो कितना आता है. वैसे हम लोग भी कर सकते हैं मैनुअली, ऐसी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. So 1 minus 5.5 would be 4.5, and then 2 minus 5 would be your, so 4.5 square would be how much? 20.25, and 3.5 would be 12.25, and 3 minus 5.5 would be 2.5. 225 का स्क्वायर हो जाएगा 6.25, and then it would be 2 minus 5.5, sorry, it would be 4 minus 5.5 would be 1.5. 1.5 का स्क्वायर हो जाएगा 2.25, and then 5 minus 5.5 would be 0.5, 0.25, and then 0.25, and then the process will start repeating. 20.25, 12.25, 6.25, and 2.25. 2, 5. So 20, 20, 40, 40, 50, 60. So 60 somewhere around देखो क्या around 83 आता है क्या? Around 83 or 82?
82.5.
82.5 exact निकाला है? Around 82.5. Okay, around let's say 82.5. ठीक है. Now I'll tabulate this data. So I'm saying when K and SSD, when K is 1, SSD was 82.5. I will wait at this point, guys. Let me know. Is everyone clear? ये 82.5 तक हम लोग कैसे पहुंचे? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? ठीक है. So over here I said K equal to 1. K equal to 1. Now, so K equal to 1 was my choice. So I can say K equal to 2. ठीक है. So K equal to 2. I'll have 2 cluster. So at the starting, you might have taken any point as your centroid, but at the end, when your model has converged, can I say your data would look something like this? So point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would have come over here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 might have come over here. At the end, the model finally बन के तैयार हो गया. So if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are over here, then 3 would be your centroid. Mean तो यही हो जाएगा. And 8 would be mean over here. बराबर? Over here, the value of K is 2. Now again, let's find the SSD. So this time, इस बार का SSD देख लो, and then it would be same. So what I will do, I will first of all let me find the for cluster A. For cluster A, it would be 1 minus 3 whole square plus 2 minus 3 whole square plus 3 minus 3 whole square, that is your 0, 4 minus 3 whole square, and 5 minus 3 whole square. This would be for cluster A, and for cluster B, it would be 6 minus 8 whole square plus 7 minus 8 whole square plus 8 minus 8, that is your 0, plus 9 minus 8 whole square plus 10 minus 8 whole square. Symmetry के साथ तो दोनों का आंसर सेम आता है, देख रहे हैं. So 1 minus 3 is 2, 2 square is 4, 10. So this number is 10, and this number is also 10. You add both of them and you get the answer as 20. You get answer as 20. It means when the value of K is 2, answer is 20. Answer is 20. Now, let's change the value of K. I'll not say change, but let me increase. So let me say the value of K is 3. So you would be having 3 clusters. Okay. And at the end, after your model has been built or it has converged, I can say 1, 2, 3 is over here, 4, 5, 6 is over here, 7, 8, 9, 10 is over here. Some people might be saying that I can put 7 over here. If you want to take 7 over here, that is your choice. Okay, fair enough. No problem over here. Okay. So if 1, 2, 3 is over here, then 2 would be your mean. Or 5 हो जाएगा mean इसका. Or 8 mean हो जाएगा. No, not 8, but 8.5 I guess, right? 8.5 would be mean over here. So what would be the sum square distance within your A? 2 minus 1 whole square. 1 plus 0 plus 1. 1 plus 0 plus 1. यहाँ पे कितना हो जाएगा? 1.5. So 2.25 plus 0.25 plus 0.25 plus 2.25. So this would be 2, this would be 2, and ये कितना हो जाएगा? 4. 4 plus 5. So 2 plus 4 plus 5. So which is nothing but your 9. 10 हो रहा है. अब 2 plus 2 4, 4 plus 5 is 9. ही तो है, ठीक तो है. क्यों 10 करना चाहते हो? Okay, now see guys. अच्छा, what can be the maximum value of K? Maximum value of K कितनी हो सकती है in this case? It can be 10. It can be 10. It means each child is forming a separate group. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So person 1 comes over here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in this, the person whose age is 1 is coming over here. अगर रिकॉर्ड एक ही है तो उसका मीन भी सेम होगा, बराबर. So it means mean would also be same. It means SSD would be 0 over here. SSD में क्या कर रहा है? You are finding a distance between your mean and the record, right? If there is only one record, then mean would be same. Then all of them would be 0. So it means when the k is equal to n, where n is number of records, then your sum square distance will become 0. And since I am saying distance can never be negative. So the minimum value of distance anyway is 0, fixed, right? What was the maximum distance? Maximum distance in this case was 82.5 for cluster number 1. For cluster number 2, it has become 20. Now it has become 9. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When you go till 10, then it will become 0. It means from your cluster 4 to 9, values would be less than 9, but would be more than 0. Now, do you notice plateau effect आ रहा है? Distance कम तो होगा, लेकिन बड़ा धीरे धीरे कम होगा. Distance will reduce, but will reduce very slowly. Now, which means I can stop somewhere. Wherever I see plateauing effect, I can stop. कभी ये देखा है तुम लोग ने कि suppose करो एक movie release होती है. Movie is released, and the maximum in general, the maximum revenue will come in your first 7 days. First 7 days में आ जाएगा. Let's say first 7 days में 100 करोड़ कमाए. क्या next week 100 करोड़ कमाएगी? नहीं कमाएगी. Unless until कोई special effect ना आ जाए कि लोग धरने प्रदर्शन में बैठ जाए, movie hit हो जाए, whatever. Otherwise, if it is earning in first week it is earning 100 crore. Second week it has to come down. From 100 crore, it may come down to let's say 70 crore. And then again, probably in third week, it may come down to let's say 60 crore. And then fourth week, let me say there is again a big fall. It comes down to some 50 crore or whatever. And fifth week, let me say it is around your 25 crore. So now the maximum value it has earned. अब तो मूवी को हॉल में लगाओगे तो ज्यादा कुछ बेनिफिट नहीं आएगा, उसकी लाइफ निकल गई. So in the first 5 weeks, it has earned the maximum. And then तुम उसको लगाए रहो. जैसे for example, there are some movies जो है हमेशा लगी रहती हैं, whatever. They will earn, but they will earn very less, right? So now after your 5th week or 6th week, let's say फिर से वो 20 crore कमा रही है or whatever, it will keep on decreasing. Then it will decrease very slowly. Now it is a time that you probably remove this movie, get some new movie. मन भर गया तुम्हारा, ठीक है, कुछ नए पे जाते हैं, ठीक है. Now the same thing will happen over here. Now what were we discussing? We were discussing how to find k in k means. To find the k in k means, what we will do, we will use our elbow plot. इसको सब लोग please note down करेंगे. To find the k in k means, I will use my elbow plot. To find the k in k means, I will use my elbow plot. Elbow plot. लिख लिया? ठीक है. ये वर्ड सब लोग याद रखेंगे. Elbow plot or elbow method. And if I'm saying it is a plot, then there has to be something on my x-axis. There has to be something on my y-axis. On x-axis, ये भी सब लोग याद रखेंगे. On x-axis, I will have the value of k. So k will start from your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it can continue. And on your y-axis, you will have your SSD. What is SSD? We have just seen our calculation. SSD, sum square distance. Do you notice one thing? When k is increasing, SSD is decreasing. I repeat my statement, when K is increasing, SST is decreasing. जब जैसे जैसे K बढ़ रहा है, SST कम हो रहा है. So let me do I'll or let me open a new paint window if someone wants to make a note later on. We can make it. So I am drawing a in general graph. How to interpret it? K SSD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this can continue. Okay, now, so let's say for different values of A, you have the values of SST, and now you have done the plot. And from this plot, what is my aim? To find the value of K. K की वैल्यू कैसे निकालोगे? उसके लिए मैं एक लाइन लिख दे रहा हूँ, सब लोग अपने अपने लेवल पे दिमाग लगाएंगे. Wherever you see sudden decline and values stabilize. Sudden decline, but उसके बाद stabilize. अपना डेटा साइंटिस्ट वाला दिमाग लगाओ. Sudden decline and values stabilize. 3, 4, 1 to 4. अबे कोई एक वैल्यू 1 to 4. Sudden decline and value stabilize. Four supporting statement. Okay, so 4 seems to be the correct answer. Though there is a little bit fight between 3 and 4, but 4 seems to be the best answers. Now, do you notice the values fall between 1 and 2? There is a sudden decrease, but then it is not stabilizing. The values are again falling. Between 3 to 4, again values are falling. But after your point number 4, the values are falling, but the rate of decrease is very slow. धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है. So a plateau effect आ गया. The values will decrease, but then they will decrease very slowly. So in this diagram, what I can do, I can take the value of K as 4. Wherever you see a sudden decline and the values stabilize, that can be taken as your this thing. And that's it. K-means की theory खत्म हो गई. K-means is almost over. अच्छा, एक लास्ट थोड़ा सा कुछ और बस इन जनरल, के मीन्स इज अ नॉन, ये नॉर्मली तुम लोगों को कोई बताएगा नहीं, बट फिर मैं बता दे रहा हूँ, इट इज अ नॉन डिटर्मिनिस्टिक एल्गोरिथम। इट इज अ नॉन डिटर्मिनिस्टिक एल्गोरिथम। नॉन डिटर्मिनिस्टिक एल्गोरिथम। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बताओ व्हाट इज डिटर्मिनिस्टिक?
मतलब
आउटपुट कांस्टेंट है। ओके, सो फेयर इनफ, दैट्स द राइट आंसर। So for example, let me say whenever you are doing any experiment, data science हो या कुछ भी हो, what do you do? You send an input, then you do a processing, and then you get a output. You get a output. Suppose करो, if you are mixing two chemicals at a particular temperature and pressure, then output should be fixed. तुमने एक acid and base को mix करा है, तो output should be fixed, salt and water, right? So if you are giving an input, so if input is fixed, processing is fixed, then output is also fixed. If this process is followed, अगर ऐसा हो रहा है, if this is followed, then it is known as your deterministic. It means you can determine what the output would be. You can determine what the output would be. Input fixed, processing fixed, same amount of water, same amount of milk, same amount of tea, sugar, बिल्कुल वैसी ही चाय बनेगी जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले, ठीक है? But I am saying K means is non-deterministic. K means is non-deterministic, which means in non-deterministic, what will happen? Input is fixed, processing is fixed. तुम जो data पे कर रहे हो, that is also fixed, but output is not fixed. Output fixed नहीं है उसका, and that is why it is known as your non-deterministic. अब question आता है क्यों है non-deterministic? Why K means is non-deterministic. Input fixed, output, input fixed, processing fixed, but output is not fixed. क्यों आंसर? Yes, perfectly right answer. In K means, remember, in K means at the starting, you are randomly selecting the centroids. It means 1 or 2% or 5% of changes would always be expected. ठीक है? K means is non-deterministic. Why? Because the starting itself is random. You at the starting you are randomly assigning the centroids, and that is why it becomes a non-deterministic algorithm. हर बार तुम रन करोगे, थोड़ा सा चेंज पॉसिबल है. जब हम लोग अभी यहाँ पे मॉडल बिल्ड करेंगे तो सबका मॉडल शायद थोड़ा थोड़ा डिफरेंट है, 2% 3% डिफरेंस है, which is still okay. It is a non-deterministic process. अब बताओ कितनी देर का ब्रेक चाहिए? आज का क्लास का टाइम मैंने कितना डाला? 2:30 डाला है, कितना डाला है? 3:30 डाला है. चलो देख लेते हैं. एक सेकंड. आज तो मैंने 3:30 तक डाला हुआ है और कल मैंने डाला 9, लेकिन कल का टाइम भी चेंज कर लो. लेट्स मेक इट एज 10 बजे तक चालू, बट आज 3:30 तक ले जाते हैं. ठीक है? सो टेक योर ब्रेक गाइस, हाफ एन आवर का ब्रेक ले लो एंड लेट्स ब्रेक के बाद वी विल सी आवर कोडिंग.
तो मैं डाटा सेट देता हूँ।
हाँ देंगे ना। So it is 12 o'clock, 12:30 तक आ जाओ। ओके, मैं 2 सेट भेज रहा हूँ, 2 फाइल्स भेज। Guys, everyone open a new Jupyter notebook and dedicate it to your unsupervised. Hello.
अरे ऑप्शन काहीतरी म्हणजे वाटते सीएसवी आहे का तो झालं काय सांगितलं याच्यामुळे समोसा माझा फोल्डर स्टेट डाउनलोड सी मध्ये तू वेगळा फोल्डर बरोबर काही पण सांग काम असेल तर
डेटा सेट मिला सबको? ओके, सो डेटा सेट को रीड कर लो। फाइल का नाम क्या दोगे? एसएनएस। जो बड़ा है वो रीड कर लो, छोटे वाले पे खुद से प्रैक्टिस कर लेना, बड़ा वाला हम क्लास में स्टडी कर लेते हैं। एसएनएस डेटा या छोटे वाले पे करना है? एसएनएस पे करना है, ठीक है। एसएनएस डेटा नाम दे दो फाइल का, pd डॉट, इवन आई एम रीडिंग द फाइल। एक बार फाइल रीड हो जाए देन आई विल शेयर द स्क्रीन। Okay, so I'm pasting one thing on the chat window. Please copy it down. This is the problem statement. This is the problem statement. Whenever I am taking any data set, मैं तुम लोग को normally problem statement देता हूँ, ठीक है? So when you are going in your real life also, कोई भी काम करने से पहले उस इंसान से पूछ जरूर लेना, भाई problem statement बता दो, otherwise हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे, ठीक है? Okay. So this is how my data looks like. So guys, everyone please have a look. So how many records we have? 30,000 records. How many columns? 40 columns. Problem statement में क्या लिखा है मैंने? क्वेश्चन पढ़ेगा प्लीज? What is the problem statement? चैट पे सबको दिखा? So the problem statement is that many millions of teenage customers using social networking sites have attracted the attention of marketers, struggling to find an edge in an increasingly competitive market. One way to gain this edge is to identify segments of teenagers who share similar tastes. Can avoid targeting advertisement to the teens with no interest in the product being sold. Remember similar example मैंने लिया था? If person is interested in swimming, then there is no point showing him the advertisements of cricket or football. So build the K-mean clustering model to classify the interest of the teenagers by using various attributes. Okay. Now, this is the US data है, तो जो तुम्हें टीनेजर्स की हॉबीज दिखेंगी थोड़ी डिफरेंट है। नॉर्मली इंडियंस की हॉबी वैसी नहीं होती, बट ठीक है ना? सो लेट्स डिस्कस कि ये डेटा है क्या। सो 30,000 रिकॉर्ड्स, 40 कॉलम्स। सो दिस इज योर टीनेजर डेटा। सो गाइस प्लीज बात नहीं करो। यू हैव ग्रेजुएशन ईयर, जेंडर मेल फीमेल, सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी, एज एंड फ्रेंड्स। इतने फ्रेंड्स किसी के होते हैं? 142, 135 सोशल फ्रेंड्स होंगे, ठीक है? सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट है, इतने फ्रेंड्स होंगे, और फेसबुक और पता नहीं कहाँ का, ठीक है? एंड देन यू हैव योर द वेरियस हॉबीज। सो फॉर एग्जांपल बास्केटबॉल, यू हैव द नंबर स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 0 till whatever. So it is like your the higher number. So 0 means person doesn't have any interest, and if you have some higher order numbers, it means he has more and more interest. And then similarly you have basketball, football, soccer, software, इतने सारे इंटरेस्ट है लोगों के, ठीक है? बाइबल वॉबल क्या क्या है, ड्रग डेथ डाई, पता नहीं, ठीक है? बहुत सारे हॉबीज हैं, ठीक है? व्हाट इज आवर एम? आवर एम इज टू बिल्ड आवर के मींस मॉडल, एंड अनदर एम इज टू फाइंड द के इन के मींस, ठीक है? सो remember one thing that in K means what we said. We said that we find that we make the groups based upon similarity, and similarity is found based upon the distance. And when I'm talking about distance, it means distance when you are, if you want to find out distance, your data should be in numbers. अगर numbers नहीं तो distance कैसे निकालोगे, right? So it means data cleaning part would be done. The data cleaning part would be as usual. Only thing is sampling नहीं होगी because it is unsupervised. So data cleaning part would be as usual. Again, I repeat my statement, but sampling would not be there. So shall we get started? सबको clear है? ठीक है? Okay, read the file, take the name of the file as SNS data, and then let's get started. Okay, अपना problem statement अपने किसी cell में paste कर लो, so that you know the problem statement. Okay, so let's find our nulls. Data cleaning में मेरी जरूरत है क्या? नहीं ना? So data cleaning में I am seeing that there are two columns, gender and age, which are having nulls. Okay. So what is gender column taking? Gender column में मैं एक बार let me run the head function. SNS dot gender. Sorry, not SNS but SNS data. Na? SNS data dot gender dot value counts लगा लेते हैं. Okay, so males are less and females are more. Okay. समझ में आ रहा है मुझे females more क्यों है. ठीक है. Dot fill NA and let's mark it as F. F, right? And then for age में mean value fill कर दें. Okay. Gender में अभी भी है क्या बात है? अच्छा, I did not run this line. Okay, so nulls have gone. Nulls have gone. Is any column non-numeric? I think gender column non-numeric. Let's convert this column. SNS gender dot replace, and I'll create a small dictionary. Let me say female as 1, comma capital M as 0, and then let me say in place डाल दें. In place equal to TRUE true. Okay. SNS data dot info. So integer, float, integer. So everything has been converted. सब कुछ convert हो गया. Guys, do your data cleaning and let me know. I'm just waiting. मेरी तो cleaning हो गई data cleaning. जिसका मन है वो सैम्पलिंग भी कर सकता है. जिसका मन है. I'm not forcing. है किसी का मन? इच्छाओं को पूरा कर दो जो भी इच्छाएं. Guys, done? Shall we move ahead? Okay, so This is my unsupervised learning. So in unsupervised learning, there is no point of doing sampling, but data cleaning would be done as usual. अच्छा, whenever I was building any supervised model, जब हम लोग कोई supervised model build कर रहे थे तो क्या कर रहे थे? I was importing something from my sklearn. sklearn से कुछ import कर रहे थे. And then what I was doing, I was creating an object of that function. Object किया था, उसका एक object बनाया था, and then I was running my fit function, right? So probably I'll take a very similar approach. I'll say from sklearn dot cluster import भाई import हो जा, क्या चीज import करनी है हमें? k-means. I have imported a k-means. Let me say k-means SNS equal to what I'll do. I'll say k-means this thing. Import किया, उसका एक object create किया. Then what I'll do, I'll take this thing and I'll run my fit function. Now over here again, सब लोग please ध्यान से सुनो. Over here I do not have my x and y. So what I'll do, I'll give my entire data. That's it. Model has been created. At this line, say model has been created. Model create हो गया. So if you are not getting error at the last line, it means model has been created. Model created. Last line. See, this is the name of the function. Over here, k is capital and m is capital. You cannot change it. But at line number 88, it is your choice. Kuch bhi naam do. ठीक है? Now, model has been built. ठीक है? Model has been built. Now, let's explore a model. सबका build हुआ यहाँ तक? Now, please make a note that model has already been created. Now, whatever I am going to do is for our understanding purpose. Model में हुआ क्या? ठीक है? So, remember that k in k-means is a hyperparameter. किसी ने shift tab करके देखा? So, it says n cluster equal to 8. So, the default value in your sklearn is your 8. So, इसने 8 clusters create कर दिए हैं. It has created 8 cluster. Now, maximum iteration is 300. So, it is saying, remember, k-means is the iterative process. So, it will run for maximum 300. Maximum means maximum. It can stop before 300 also. हो सकता है वो 3 पे stop हो जाए, 10 पे stop हो जाए, और 10 पे, 20 पे, but it will not go beyond maximum, beyond this thing. Okay. Now, as of now, it has taken 8 cluster, but let me say, I put it over here and I say, just for our understanding purpose, थोड़ा सा simple model बनाते हैं. N cluster equal to 3. So सब लोग please change करो n cluster equal to 3 and again run your fit function. So what I've done, I have created a k-means model where I have 3 cluster. 3 cluster means 3 groups हमने create कर लिए. I have created 3 clusters. If 3 clusters have been created, then each record should go to one of the cluster. इतना समझ में आ रहा है ना? That अगर हमने 3 clusters create किए, then each record should be part of one of the cluster. Those who are still not able to understand, let me use a paint window and draw the diagram. Okay. How many total records do you have? Total records कितने? Please बताओ. Total records are 30,000. 30 के records are there. How many clusters I have created? 3. So let me say A, B, and C. So 30,000 records will start from 1, 2, 3, and they will go till your 30,000. It means each record has to be part of the some cluster. So for example, let's say record 2 has gone to your cluster A, record 3 might have gone to cluster B, record 10 might have gone to cluster C, 11 might have gone to cluster B, right? कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें नहीं पता कौन सा रिकॉर्ड कहां पे गया, correct? So, but I need to find how many records have gone to which cluster. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll run something like this. So what is the name of my model? Name of my model is this. अब जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी वो हमें यहीं से मिलेगी, ठीक है? So labels देख लेते हैं. I think labels हमें इंफॉर्मेशन दे देगा. Labels. Yes. So in labels, so everyone please run this thing. So it is giving you 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, whatever. किसी को 2 दिखता है क्या? 2 दिखता है? 2 है, बस दिख नहीं रहा है. होगा जरूर 2. Okay. So K means SNS label. ठीक है? Now, if I see this thing, इसको अगर कुछ थोड़ा अलग तरीके से देखें तो तुम्हें 2 दिखेगा. देखो दिखता है 0, 1 and 2. So basically what I have done, everyone again have a look, just stop what you are doing. So I am saying I am creating 3 clusters. So name of the 3 clusters would be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So 0, 1, 2. Okay. For example, let me say if I do something like this. If I do something like this, let me say unique. अब एक सेकंड सब लोग प्लीज देखना. Unique cluster name equal to set this. Do you remember the property of set? Set cannot contain duplicates. याद आ रहा है? याद करो, आज से 1 साल पहले बताया था तुम लोग को. 0, 1, 2. It means when I have given value of n cluster as 3, it has created only 3 cluster 0. Suppose करो अगर मैंने यहाँ पे 10 दे दिया. Suppose if I have given 10 over here, then the values are starting from 0 till 9. आप सबको समझ में आ रहा है? What is the impact of your n cluster? Again, let me go back to the 3. Again, let me go back to the 3. So I am creating 3 clusters. I am creating 3 clusters. So if cluster has been created, then each record should be part of one of the cluster. Now, let me say इस सेट को हटा देते हैं. This was just for explanation purpose. Again, this was again just for explanation purpose. So, for example, if my aim is I want to find if 10th record is part of my first cluster or second or third. Or I can say instead of first cluster, second, you can say 0, 1, 2 also, right? अगर मेरे को ये इंफॉर्मेशन निकालनी कि कौन सा इंसान किस क्लस्टर में गया तो कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? दैट इज वन थिंग। ठीक है, हाउ कैन आई फाइंड इट? वेरी सिंपल। कैसे निकालेंगे गाइस? सी, let me do one thing. Let me say len this. Do you notice the len is 30,000? The len is 30,000. And why 30,000? Because you have 30,000 records. यहाँ पे मैं let me say इसका shape यहीं पे print करा देता हूँ so that people are clear. I think people have run the shape on their own also. Yes. Right? So you are having 30,000 records, and for labels also you have 30,000. It means for each record you have one label. For each record you have one label. For each record you have one label. And I'll say it's one-on-one mapping. It's one-on-one mapping. It's one-on-one mapping. So for example, if I say something like this, if I say list this, sorry, not this. List this. So for example, and let me say SNS. SNS data dot head. Okay, अब सब लोग प्लीज ध्यान से देखो इंटरप्रिटेशन कैसा है. So 0, 0 and 1. So it means my first record, this first entry is part of my cluster number 0. The second entry is part of my cluster number 0. The third record is part of my cluster number 1. The fourth record is part of my cluster number 0. So on and so forth. Later on, what I'll do is I'll add a separate column. ठीक है, I'll add a separate column which will easily tell me. अच्छा, क्या सबके 0 and 1 exactly मेरे जैसे हैं या different है? Different हैं. Every time you run your model, you may get a different output. और ऐसा क्यों होगा? Because it is a non-deterministic algorithm. It is a non-deterministic algorithm. Input is fixed, data is fixed, but you can still have different things. यहाँ तक clear है guys? Can we move ahead or you want more time? Move ahead? Okay, let's move ahead. Again, I'll remove all these things. These were just for explanation purpose. Now, let's come to the another part, which is the more important than this. So basically what I'm doing, I am saying I have formed 3 clusters. I have formed 3 clusters. And if clusters are there, then cluster का कुछ center भी तो होगा. Yes. If circles are there or groups are there, then groups would be having some center or the centroid. And if centroid is there, then I should be able to see the centroid value. Centroid की value क्या होगी? So basically, if I have 3 clusters, then I should have 3 centroid. 1 centroid for each group or each cluster. Yes, you can say cluster or group. Yes. The better word is cluster. Correct? इतनी चीज सबको समझ में आ रही? So the next line which you will see, it will give you the cluster, or you can say centers. So what is the name of my model? Name of my model is k-means.sns, and then I'll say cluster centers. So these are my cluster centers. What are these numbers? ये numbers क्या हैं? तो इतने सारे numbers क्यों हैं? Can someone give me a proper explanation? What are these numbers? एक ऐसा explanation जो तुम्हें खुद भी समझ में आया हो. So I should get 3 centroids, but इतने सारे numbers क्यों? No. Whatever you are seeing, it is at the end. जब मॉडल कन्वर्ज कर दिया. लेंथ तो 3 दिखा रही है, ठीक है, लेंथ तो 3 होगी, ठीक है. थॉट प्रोसेस राइट डायरेक्शन में. और सोचो क्या है. लेंथ तो 3 है. It means there are 3 centers. But why so many numbers?
So, because each point is closer to its one center.
Each point is closer to one center. What does that mean? Each point and center are same thing only. Center is nothing but a point only.
So on cluster center.
On cluster center. Okay. Can you explain a little more?
Sir, like I had said, like each point is closer to its own center. It means जो दूसरे clusters बने हुए हैं उनके center से दूसरे point तक जो distance है उन्हें represent कर रहा है ये.
No. But still, keep trying. But answer is no way correct. मैं पर्पसफुली यहाँ पे रुका हुआ ताकि तुम लोग को आइडिया सिंक इन कर जाए कि हाँ इसको थोड़ा सा टाइम इन्वेस्ट किया था. अदरवाइज मैं तो फटाफट बता सकता हूँ.
Each column has one center.
Each column has one center. किसने बोला?
Shreyas.
Each column has one center. थोड़ा सा ठीक है आंसर, but still a little far away from the right answer. Index 9. Each value minus centroid. Which value? No. अच्छा ठीक है, चलो. I think people have invested huge amount of time over here. अब देखते हैं इसको बड़ा सिंपल तरीके से समझो. तब तुम्हें लगेगा अरे यार ये तो सिंपल था, सोच नहीं पाए हम शायद वहां तक. देखो, बिफोर आई टॉक अबाउट दीज सेंटर्स और सेंट्रोइड्स, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट अ वेरी सिंपल वन. भूल जाओ अबाउट के मींस. लेट मी से इफ यू ड्रॉ अ सर्कल, और लेट मी नॉट से डू यू ड्रॉ. सो फॉर एग्जांपल दिस इज योर एक्स एंड वाई. ठीक है. So if you draw a circle, then circle will have a center. Now this center is nothing but a point. ये तो एक point ही है ना. This is nothing but a point. Correct? This is nothing but a point. So for any point, you will have 2 coordinates, x comma y. Why only x and y? Because your data is in 2 dimensions. Suppose your data was in 3 dimensions. So for example, let me say you are talking about, so this is a circle, but if you talk about a sphere, so sphere तो 3 dimensional होगा. Football, basketball, earth, moon, ये सब तो 3 dimensional होगा. So for example, this room is 3 dimension. So any point in this room would be having 3 coordinates, x, y and z. So you would be, so remember कुछ ऐसे diagrams कभी जरूर बनाए होंगे. So x axis, y axis and z axis होता था ना. So x, y and z. So if you are talking in 3 dimension, then every point would be having 3 coordinates, x comma y comma z. In SNS data, do you notice you have 40 columns? It means your data is in 40 dimension, which means each point will have 40 coordinates. Each point will have 40 coordinates. 1 coordinate for each column. इतना समझ में आ रहा है सबको? One coordinate for each column. Data 40 dimension में है, so every point will have 40 coordinates. So for example, when data is in 3 dimension, each point has 3 coordinates, x, y, z. Okay, is this thing getting clear? Now the best way to analyze this thing is, अगर इसको तुम डेटा फ्रेम में कन्वर्ट कर दो, सपोज करो pd डॉट डेटा फ्रेम and you say something like this. अब देखो दिखता है 3 rows and 40 columns. 3 rows and 40 columns, and match it with your this thing. Match it with your this thing. So what was the name of my data? SNS data. Match it with your this thing. SNS data dot head. And let me say just top 3 records. So dekh rahe ho? The first column over here is taking the value something like your graduation years only. And then in your age column, can you notice the age is in your 2 digits, 3 digits? Map karta hua dikh raha hai? So each point is nothing but a representing your column within a column. So isko kuch aise yaad rakho. Each point has 40 coordinates and one coordinate is mapped to your one column. So this is your 40 dimensional data. Imagine करना मुश्किल है 40 dimensional data कैसे होगा, but है. Suppose करो तुम स्पेस में जाओगे तो कैसे होगा? अगर तुम स्पेस में चले जाओगे तो क्या ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट होगा? नहीं होगा. तो कैसे पता करोगे कहां जाना है? अर्थ के बाहर चले गए तो ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट तो जब तक अर्थ हो तब तक ठीक है, या नॉर्थ एंड साउथ, ठीक है. So these are your coordinates. Now tell me any doubt, any question, guys? Clear है? No. No. Okay, no. So I'll get rid of all these things. This was just for guys. ये वाला चीज please create कर लो. Let me say. Later on, anyway, I'm going to create it once more. If you put it in a data frame, it will give you more meaning. Okay. Now, as of now, I have taken the value of k as 3. I have taken the value of k as 3. K was 3. But we don't know if k as 3 is the best value. So let's find value of k. Or you can say the optimum value of k की optimum value क्या होगी? So कैसे निकालेंगे? Which methodology should I use? Elbow plot. Elbow method. भूल गए? तुम लोग चाय पी के आते हो या कुछ और करके आते हो? मुझे डाउट करता है मुझे. ठीक है. So again I am saying I have taken, just for explanation purpose, I have taken the value of k as 3. But I don't know whether the value of k as 3 is the best one or not. It may be best, it may not be best. So let's find the value of the k. So how would I find the value of k? I need to build my plot, or you can say elbow plot. For elbow plot, on y-axis, I need to find the value of SST. Ab SST nikalta kaise? It's very simple. So what I'll do? What is the name of my model? Name of my model is this. I'll say, कहाँ से निकलेगा भाई? निकल ही नहीं रहा है क्या? निकलेगा निकलेगा. Inertia, label, max iter, features in iteration, job, compute distance, random state. स्कोर करना पड़ेगा. Sure. Name of my data is SNS data. I think this should give me array. I could not. अच्छा. I think मैंने फाइल को रीड कर लिया ना, so that's the problem. फिट कर दिया. अब आओगे, आ जाता है. So this is my this thing. Okay. Now over here, सब लोग प्लीज एक सेकंड यहाँ पे देखो. Can you notice? So it is ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh crore. So 1 crore, 12 lakh, 94,254. So do you notice the minus sign? Distance can never be in minus. So you have to ignore the minus sign. When you are building the plot, इसके नीचे एक line लिखो. While building the plot, ignore the minus sign, which means take mod, take the mod value. Ignore the minus sign. You have to take your only your mod value. Okay, make sense? Okay, take the mod value. Normally in many softwares, minus sign doesn't count, but I think they have introduced the minus sign because it is something mapped to your SSE, right? So they are saying lower the SSE, better as a model kind of thing. Okay. Acha, is everyone getting the same value? Exactly same है क्या किसी का? There may be few people जिनका exactly same है, but I can say that almost everyone is getting the similar value. There might be 1 or 2% का change. So for example, your value may be little bit 1,000 or 10,000 more than my value or less than my value. But if you compare in front of 1 crore 12 lakh, then 1,000 or 5,000 is a very small change. It is less than 1% or 2%. ठीक है? But anyone who wants to debate कि उसकी values काफी ज़्यादा different है, we can have a look. है कोई ऐसा? सबके same है? So let me do one thing. Let me just copy this value and put it over here. And again, what I'll do is again I'll run my fit function. Again, I'll run my fit function and let me see, do my values change or not? So can you notice the values change? थोड़ा सा change हो रहा है. The change is very less, but then they are changing. So अगर मैं यहाँ से minus कर दूं, let me say, so 4,000 का change आ रहा है, which is a very small change in front of your 1 crore. ठीक है? Okay, so is this thing getting clear? Now. अब मेरा इंतजार क्यों? Go ahead and build your plot. Now build the plot. Plot कैसे build करोगे? Use the same logic जो KNN में use किया था. एक for loop चलाओ. Run a for loop from k equal to 1 till k equal to 10. Run a for loop from k equal to 1 till k equal to 10. हर बार मॉडल बिल्ड करो, स्कोर निकालो, स्कोर को एक एम्प्टी लिस्ट में स्टोर करो, and then build your plot and convert your values, minus values, to your positive values. If you remember the KNN logic, this one is very simple. यहाँ तो तुम्हें confusion matrix भी नहीं निकालनी. मॉडल इसीलिए उसका नाम अल्फो है। हाँ तुम्हारा नहीं, अच्छा ओके कम ऑन ट्राई करो, बिल्कुल सेम कोड है बस उसको लूप में डाल देना है। फिट करो, स्कोर करो, कंटिन्यूअसली स्कोर डालते रहो। यस यू आर ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। अपेंड द स्कोर, स्कोर को लिस्ट में डालो सही, और उसके बाद उसका मॉड ले लो। मॉड लेना पता ही है। हाँ स्कोर आ गया ना, टेक द मॉड। अगर मॉड लेने में प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है देन मल्टीप्लाइड बाय -1 एनपी डॉट मॉड करो ना, या मैथ डॉट मॉड। मैंने ये बोला था कि 25 करो, क्या करना करो। हाँ वैल्यू ऐसे आने ना, हम प्लॉट में ये प्लॉट डॉट डिफरेंट किया है तुमने अपने हाँ चलिए तो प्लॉट बट yes you are, I think you are ahead in the race. Guys, Excel by plot कर रहा है ना, PHP not plot. On x-axis take the value of k, on y-axis take the value of resistance. क्या है? Please कुछ गड़बड़ है। अगर थोड़ी देर में हट जाता हूँ सब बिल्कुल दिखा देगा। यस, तुम बात जा रहे हो कि ऐसा क्या हो गया, मुझे बहुत बार बात करिए। केनन वाले कोड बोले ना, वो उसका स्लाइड चेंज कर। But at least let's try it around not that high. Too slow तो कहीं हमारी करते हैं। बात वाले बढ़िया। तुम मत आगे बढ़ो। See, create a for loop and within that for loop create your algorithm. Simple. I am getting one code from Gaurav. उसने डायरेक्ट मैसेज किया है, उसका कोड दिखने में ठीक लग रहा है, though it can be improved even further. I will not say proper है, but हाँ right direction में है. All the values are minus, so minus से multiply कर दोगे तभी भी minus प्लस हो जाएगा, कोई भी तरीका लो। क्या हमारे ये तीन बंदों तुम तीनों क्या कर रहे हो? कुछ मत करो, कुछ मत करो। देखो, yes, this seems to be the proper one. Logic देखो, कहाँ पे? ठीक है, fair enough, good one. तो तुम्हारा टॉपिक सो सिद्धार्थ ने लिया है, ओके, सो आई एम सेइंग श्रेयस ने कोड लिया है, ठीक है गाइस, ठीक है, सिंस आई हैव गॉट द फर्स्ट राइट आंसर, लेट मी टेक दिस अप। देखो गाइस, मुझे नहीं पता तुम लोग इतना टाइम क्यों ले रहे हो, सो व्हाट आई विल से फॉर k in range, let me say 1 comma 11. Okay, if I say print k, I think small k, so it will print the values from 1 till 10, correct? Now what I have to do, I have to do nothing, मैं क्या करता है, बस इसको लेना था, आई वुड हैव सेट फिट, देन आई वुड हैव सेट स्कोर, ठीक है, एंड outside the for loop I would have created SSD is equal to an empty list. Before this, what I will do is I will say something like this. I'll copy this thing, put it over here, and this time instead of passing 3, I'll pass the value of k. So value of k will keep on changing. Most of the people are not changing the value over here. वो अभी भी 3 ही रख रहे हैं, ठीक है, that is the biggest mistake, ठीक है. Now the value of k will keep on changing. Value of k will start from 1, will go till 10. For each value of k, you will fit the model. And what I'll do, instead of scoring it, so you can say score equal to this, and then you can say SSD dot append, and you can append your score. क्या problem हो गया? None type object has no attribute split. SNS k means dot, क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है गाइस? कोई मैंने एरर किया क्या? n cluster equal to k fit SNS data. एक सेकंड,
स्कोर में है,
हैं?
के वो स्कोर में है,
k means dot score. नहीं ठीक तो है, क्या दिक्कत है? इसमें स्कोर, अच्छा इसको कमेंट कर देते हैं, तभी भी एरर दे रहा है, तो इट मींस प्रॉब्लम कुछ यहाँ पे आ रहा है. k मींस n cluster equal to k, क्लस्टर की स्पेलिंग्स ठीक है, n अंडरस्कोर clusters इक्वल टू, एक काम कर लेते हैं, आई थिंक यहां से इशू आ रहा है. मैं इस लाइन को ना यहाँ पे एक बार लिख देता हूँ. सपोज करो अगर मैं नहीं है, अगर यहाँ पे 3 डाला तो चलता है, 3 डालने में चल रहा है, तो n cluster इक्वल टू k पे क्यों नहीं चल रहा? For I in range 1, 11, n cluster equal to k. k पे क्यों नहीं चल रहा गाइस? SNS dot fit, जब मैं यहाँ पे 3 देता हूँ for k in range, very surprising, for k in range this, if I say k, or let me say print k, k तो print करता है k की वैल्यू 1 2 3 4 5, n cluster equal to 3, k means dot fit SNS data. सपोज करो मैं 4 देता हूँ तो चलता है, बट जब मैं यहाँ पे k दे रहा था क्यों नहीं चल रहा? क्या प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है? इसकी वैल्यू को किसी और चीज में स्टोर करूं क्या? लेट मी से आई इक्वल टू के, और यहाँ पर मैं अगर आई डालूं तो नन टाइप ऑब्जेक्ट हैज नो एट्रीब्यूट स्प्लिट. अरे बाप रे, लगता है मेरा वर्जन चेंज कर गया है क्या? डेटा तो सारा नंबर्स में है. क्या प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है गाइस? किसी को कुछ चमकता है? ये ऐसा इश्यू क्यों दे रहा है? एन क्लस्टर इक्वल टू, सपोज करो मैंने के दिया, जब मैं यहाँ पे एक नंबर देता हूँ तो सही जाता है, बट जब मैं यहाँ पे वैल्यू ऑफ के देता हूँ तो ये इशू देता है. k means dot underscore dot sns dot fit. एक काम, हाँ, पर मेरे में क्यों आ रहा है? मेरे में कुछ तो और प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। सपोज करो मैंने यहाँ पे, तुम लोग के में सही जा रहा है? तुम लोग के में सही जा रहा है ना? पता नहीं, मेरा कुछ जुपिटर नोटबुक का कुछ नया प्रॉब्लम आया है। ठीक है, तुम लोग के में अगर सही जा रहा है तो तुम लोग एटलीस्ट तुम लोग करो। आई विल हैव अ लुक कि यहाँ पे क्या इशू आ रहा है। ठीक है, एनीवे लेट मी एक्सप्लेन दिस। ठीक है सर, गाइस देखो इसकी भी जरूरत नहीं है। सो व्हाट आई एम डूइंग, आई एम सेइंग n cluster equal to k and then k means dot sns dot fit sns data and score is equal to this much and then you append your this thing. ठीक है, उसके बाद क्या करोगे? what the now the values which you would be getting would be in your negative. The values you which you would be getting would be your negative. So क्या करना? Import your numpy. Import numpy as np and you can say np dot mod, np dot mod, and then what do you do? तुम अपने इस SSD को इसमें प्लॉट कर देना and save it back in your SSD. ओके, इसको वापस इसमें सेव कर देना। ठीक है गाइस, then what you will do, you will say import matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, import matplotlib dot pyplot in okay, then what you will do, you will say plt dot plot, but किस चीज को प्लॉट करोगे? k values and SSD. From where would you get the values of k? You will create one, let me say you say cluster values, cluster values equal to list range 1 comma 11. Now what you will do, you will take cluster values on your x-axis comma SSD on your y-axis. सबका ऐसा एक प्लॉट आता हुआ दिखाई देगा। मेरे में क्यों ये इशू दे रहा है? क्या चेंजेस आ गए मेरे पाइथन के वर्जन में? n cluster equal to k sns dot fit sns data. आई थिंक एक बार और कुछ ऐसा हो गया था ना कि मेरे में मॉडल नहीं चल रहा था, तुम लोग में चल रहा था, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा वो क्या चीज थी। हाँ, वो क्वेश्चन मार्क बोला ना। आई थिंक मैंने रिसेंटली एक नया कुछ नया इंस्टॉलेशन किया, उसके एरर एरर आ रहा है। स्कोर सो k is equal to k means n clusters equal to now is everyone getting a plot? सबका प्लॉट आ रहा है? चेक करो क्यों नहीं आ रहा है। प्लॉट में एरर आ रहा है। हाँ, तो अगर तुम्हारे 10 रिकॉर्ड एक्स में तो 10 रिकॉर्ड वाई में होना चाहिए, कुछ मिसमैच हुआ है। मुझे पता है आ जाएगा। चल तो मेरा भी गया है अभी, but with some slight change. प्रॉब्लम पता क्या आ रहा है इन माई वर्जन, मैंने इसका सोल्यूशन देखा है एक न्यू वर्जन में क्या हो रहा है. सी गाइस, so if you guys are not getting that issue, it's most welcome. Problem is not in for loop, problem is they have removed the n cluster equal to 1. तो अगर तुम 1 के लिए बिल्ड कर रहे हो ना मैं, तो I am getting an error. So for example, at line number 159, can you notice I am saying n cluster equal to 1? And when I run this thing, I get an error. There is no logic for error, but मेरे को error आ रहा है. अगर यही मैं 2 कर देता हूँ तो error चला जाता है. ठीक है? So there is some new version coming which is not expecting value as 1. So मैंने क्या करा है? Once I know this thing, what I am doing is I am making a small change over here. What I am going to do is I'll say something like this. इन सारी चीजों को हटा देते हैं, वापस एक नया कोड लिख लेते हैं. ठीक है, सब हटा देते हैं, नई शुरुआत कर लेते हैं. SSD equal to empty list. Then I'll say for k in range, let me say range 2 comma let me say 12. ठीक है, so it will start with 2, it will go till 11. ठीक है, then what I'll do is I'll use my score and fit. So fit function कहाँ गया? अच्छा, anyway ये ले लेते हैं. So over here I'll put it the value as k. Then what I'll do is I'll set this dot fit SNS data. Then what I'll do, I'll say SSD dot append. अलग से स्कोर निकालने की बजाय उसी में निकाल लेते हैं, राइट? क्यों एक लाइन और लिखनी? Score SNS data and I think this should work. It work. Okay. So only thing is I have to give the values from 2 to 12. पता नहीं क्या सोच के उसने 1 हटा दिया है, but I am helpless over there. So SSD. Okay. Now SSD, what I'll do, I'll say np dot mod SSD. क्या हुआ? Takes 2 to 3 mod के लिए. अच्छा, mod नहीं, कुछ और होगा ना. np dot absolute SSD. Now SSD has been this thing. And guys, I don't want these decimal values, है ना? Plotting में बहुत problem आएगा. So let me say np dot round. Now SSD. The values have been rounded off. अगर हम चाहें तो हम डायरेक्टली भी plt.plot बोल सकते हैं. SSD ये भी ले आएगा. और if you want x and y, you can build your x and y also. Let's do one thing. Let me say cluster value. Cluster value, let me say list range. Take the same range जो मैंने ऊपर ली थी, वही same range ले लो. And then I'll say plt.plot. And I'll say cluster value, comma SSD, comma SSD, and then let me say this star. Or let me say Markle. मार्कर इक्वल टू स्टार। अब बताओ भाइयों बहनों, plt डॉट ग्रेड। So you have the plot. What should be the value of k? K की वैल्यू क्या ले लें? किसी ने इतना दिमाग लगाया? And keep one thing in mind. In my plot, it is starting from 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. मेरे वाले में there is a little fight between 4 and 5. ऐसा मेरे को दिखता है. There is a little fight between 4 and 5. So either you can take 4 also, or you can take 5 also. ठीक है. देखो, see, किस का यहाँ तक आ गया? प्लॉट आ गया. Everyone is getting? Straight line. Straight line इसलिए आया because तुमने यहाँ पे चेंज नहीं करा है. तुमने यहाँ पे हार्ड कोडेड नंबर डाला है. हाँ, तुमने कैसा डाला है? तो फिर तुमने फिट लाइन रन नहीं करी है. हर बार फिट रन किया है स्कोर से पहले? करा है? वो बोली नहीं, तुम बोली हाँ. किया है? तो किया है, उसके बाद ही स्कोर किया है पक्का? तो एक काम करो, फिर से रन कर दो. ठीक है, जब सब कुछ किया तो फिर से रन कर दो, फिर मुझे देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. हाँ, तुम्हारा लास्ट पर्सन, तुम्हारा क्या इशू है? रीरन करो. अच्छा, anyone else discuss straight line या टेढ़ी मेढ़ी लाइन? तो कोशिश करो फाइंड करने की. सेम सेम बोलने से क्या होगा? मेरे इस 4 लाइंस के कोड को अपने कोड से कंपेयर करो, देखो कहां पे प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है. ओके ठीक है गाइस, सब लोग प्लीज स्टॉप करो व्हाटएवर. एक सेकंड सब लोग प्लीज. गाइस एक सेकंड प्लीज, यहाँ पे देखो. सो इन दिस प्लॉट मेरे को लग रहा है द वैल्यू ऑफ 5 मे बी ऑप्टिमम, राइट? बट सपोज इफ आई डू समथिंग लाइक दिस, अगर मैं यहाँ पे 20 कर लूं and I do the something like this, then probably you will notice that now k equal to 5 doesn't seem to be our right answer. तुम्हें कुछ और दिखता है? Vaishnavi, please can you stop talking for a minute? So what I am saying is I have changed the value from 2 to 20. ठीक है? Then probably people may say कि हाँ नहीं, अब 10 के बाद स्टेबल होता हुआ दिख रहा है, right? और if I go till let's say 30, टाइम ले रहा है, 30 बार रन हो रहा है ना, so that's why it's taking time. भाई हो जाए. So now probably your answer may again change. So you may say that now in this point you may say that at 20 it is stabilizing, right? So whenever you are building the plot now, This type of problem you will always encounter because for human beings, getting the exact meaning from the graph is always difficult. Okay, but whatever may be the graph, the values are coming from the graph is nothing but it is plotting the values. तो हम चाहें तो अपनी values देख के भी आंसर बता सकते हैं. So I am going to tell you one way. Even if you are confused from the graph, don't be much confused. अपने original numbers को देख लेना because graph is nothing but it is plotting the numbers, right? तो हम क्या करते हैं, अपने numbers को ही देख लेते हैं. Numbers को देखने का सबसे सही तरीका मैं बता देता हूँ. So what is the value of SST? This is the value of SST. In my case, the value of SST is starting from 2. ठीक है? So it will go from 2 and it will end at 11. ठीक है ना? Now, when let me do one thing. Let me यहाँ पर मैं SST की values रख देता हूँ. SST was this much. ठीक है? So when SST was 2, what was the value? Value was nothing but this much. ठीक है? I think ये square bracket आ गया. It is not 1. At SST equal to 3, what was the value? This was the value. So if I say, what's the percentage change between 2 and 3? अगर ये क्वेश्चन मैं पूछूं अपने आप से तो what would be my answer? I will say the percentage change between 2 and 3 would be this minus this divided by this. Barabar? So what is the, and if you multiply it by 100, you will get the answer in percentage. So when you change the value from 2 to 3, the percentage change was your 39%. Similarly, if I say then this is from your 2 to 3. अगर हम चाहें तो 3 to 4 भी निकाल सकते हैं. So 3 to 4 के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? I will say this minus this divided by this. किस चीज को माइनस करेंगे? 810 को, right? I'll subtract this multiplied by 100. देखो guys, have I done any copy paste error? सही है ना? So what is this? This is the percentage change from 2 to 3 की बजाय this time I will say from 3 to 4. 3 to 4 में change आ रहा है. Correct? Now similarly, let's find it for 4 to 5. So for 4 to 5, what I'll do is I'll copy this thing, put it over here, minus this. And then if you want, you can automate it also. This. And what is the fourth value? This thing. Multiply it by 100 and you get the answer in percentage. 21%. Now do you notice from 39 to 28 and now it is 21. Values धीरे धीरे slow होना start हो रही. Then I can say from next level. This minus this divided by this. देखो guys. So this was from your 4 to 5. And this is now your 5 to 6. Now do you notice from your 4 to 5 it is 21.8 and then it is 20 almost decay karke. So wherever you have sudden decline and the value stabilize. So from previously it was from 39 it came to 28, from 28 it came to 21, and then from 5 to 6 it is not changing. So can I say at point number 5, at cluster number 5, the values have stabilized? वहां पे 4 to 5 में भी 21 था और यहाँ पे भी almost 21 है. So it means the right answer is your 5. 4 to 5 के बाद stabilize हुआ ना? From 4 to 5 it has stabilized. Sudden decline and then values stabilize. So अगर ग्राफ से सही नहीं आ रहा है तो 2 मिनट के लिए मैनुअल कैलकुलेशन कर लेना, फिर कोई डाउट नहीं है. ठीक है ना? इज दिस थिंग क्लियर? व्हाट आई विल सजेस्ट, ये चीज तुम लोग भूल जाओगे तो अपने लेवल पे एक बार नोटबुक में कर लो इफ यू। अभी तो समझ में आ गया, 2 दिन बाद भूल जाओगे। So from this, what I'm doing, I'm saying, let's finalize the value of k as 5. And then if you want, you can automate this code also. वो एक को एक माइनस करता जाएगा और परसेंटेज निकालना है। Now tell me, decision tree run नहीं हो रहा, that is okay. I am not bothered because in real life you don't plot the tree. You finally see the score. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now let's finalize the value of k as 5. So एक final model build कर लें guys. Let's build the final model. This thing. So k means equal to this thing 5. Then you say k means underscore SNS dot fit SNS data. That's it. Your model has been built. कुछ और करना चाहिए हमें इसके बाद? So after building our elbow plot or doing our analysis, we have finalized the value of K as 5. So I am building the final model where I am saying n cluster equal to 5. What next? कुछ और करना चाहिए है? अब एज अ डेटा साइंटिस्ट तो तुम्हारा काम खत्म हो गया, बट यू हैव फॉर्म दी 5 क्लस्टर्स. अब क्या करोगे इन क्लस्टर्स का, या इस डेटा का क्या करोगे? सो नाउ इमेजिन गाइस, अब सब लोग प्लीज एक सेकंड अपनी कोडिंग स्टॉप करो एंड लिसन टू मी वेरी केयरफुली. सो एट दिस पॉइंट योर फाइनल मॉडल हैज बीन created, but now imagine you are working for a customer. So you have built the model, you have shown this graph and whatever and whatever and whatever. Now customer says, okay boss, model build everything, now I want to target the customers. I want to target the customer. अब मैं तुम्हें actual real life में कैसे work करेगा बोले जा रहा हूँ. I want to target the customers. So if you want to target the customer, then you should be knowing that which customer falls under which cluster. ठीक है? So which customer or which client is under which cluster. ठीक है? Keep one thing in mind, your job is almost done at this point. So each cluster is nothing but a group, and for each group what strategy has to be followed, that is not your job, that your customer team or your business team has to think. So for example, what I'm trying to say over here is, let me say, if I take a simple example, so for again let me go back to this data. Suppose करो मैं malls वाले data पे वापस जाता हूँ, so that you can easily connect. Remember at the starting I've taken a mall data. So for example, let me, you have created a some 3 or 4 clusters. ठीक है? Cluster A, B, C or 0, 1, 2. So for people falling under this cluster, which type of advertisements do you want to show them? Which type of products you want to sell to them? That is something which your business team will decide. तुम्हें वो decide करने का right नहीं होगा, or rather you cannot even decide, you do not have that much knowledge. Cluster B वालों को तुम्हें कौन कौन से product या कौन कौन से advertisement दिखाने हैं, again business team will decide, and for C also business team will decide. And how would they decide? कैसे decide करेंगे, on basis of what? नहीं, on basis of what? बड़ा simple answer है. नहीं, I'm not talking about which person, for which cluster, what type of things you need to show. अरे, you will decide based upon the centroid. उसका मीन पता है ना? Suppose करो ये अगर income का data होता, for example, just an example I'm saying, income का data. So probably let's say the centroid over here was 5 lakh. Centroid over here was, let's say, 15 lakh. Centroid over here was, let's say, 30 lakh. So based upon centroid, I can decide. So the people in this cluster would be falling, jinki income would be close to your 5 lakh. Over here it would be close to your 15 lakh. Over here it would be close to your 13 lakh. Right? So based upon their centroid, the business will decide that for this cluster, what type of product or what type of advertisement should I show. Okay? So, but so what you need to give? You need to give them 2 things. You need to give them centroid data, and you need to give them which person falls under which cluster. So now we are taking one step further so that you can run your marketing campaign. तुम्हें अब कैंपेन रन करना है, लोगों को एसएमएस और मैसेजेस भेजने, तो उसके लिए तुम्हें अपनी कस्टमर केयर टीम को कुछ डेटा देना है. सो पहला डेटा हम क्या देंगे? I'll say K means SNS, and I'll say dot cluster centers. Already discuss किया है हमने. What I'll do, I'll say cluster, I'll say centroids equal to PD dot data frame. अरे बाबा create होता. pd.data frame, and now you see your centroids. Can I say these two lines are self-explanatory? Already discussed kiya hua. Now, over here in this data frame, do you notice the name of columns are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Correct? हम क्या करेंगे? इसके नाम को change कर देंगे. How would I change the name? I'll say dot columns equal to किसका column? SNS dot data dot columns. नाम change हो गया. सबका नाम एक साथ change हो गया. अब देखो, अब मजा आ रहा है. So now you will come to know that, okay, in my second cluster, what is the graduation year, what is the gender, what is the mean age, what is, so how many friends of football or what. Now you can take the decision. So this data will go to the customer. Customer as in your business team, जिसके लिए भी तुम काम कर रहे हो. ठीक है? So this data frame would be shared to your business team. Now, if you want to target the customer, you should be knowing under which category or under which label the customer falls. So what I'll do is I'll say SNS.data. SNS.data, and I'll say label. SNS.data, and I'll say label. That's it. And I'll say, what was the name of my model? Name of my model was this. Dot. हमने लेबल्स कैसे निकाले थे? इसी तरीके से तो निकाले थे ना. अब भूल रहा हूँ कैसे निकाले थे. SNS dot. नहीं, SNS डेटा नहीं, मॉडल का नाम क्या है? मॉडल नेम इज K means SNS ना. हाँ, that's why I was not able to get. Model name is K means SNS dot labels. Now you check your SNS data dot head, and you will notice another column has been added at the end, which is the label column. So this will tell you which person falls under which cluster. ठीक है, please करो.
कॉलम तरी डॉट असते कॉलम ते पण काढून टाकलं ऑलमोस्ट actually total value is of it.
So remember I have given one more data set, mall k-mean. ठीक है, सब लोग प्लीज पे मॉडल बिल्ड करेंगे. Let's quickly discuss what is that data set, mall k-means. टाइम कितना है? 3:30 तक का टाइम है ना? हाँ तो बहुत टाइम है. कहाँ गया वो डेटा सेट मॉल k-means? मेरा काम आज का खत्म हो गया, तुम लोग लेकिन जारी रखो, ठीक है? ओके. मॉल्स k-means डेटा सेट. सो दिस इज द डेटा सेट. घर पे तो वैसे भी कोई प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता, एटलीस्ट क्लास में ही कर लो, ठीक है? सो दिस इज द डेटा सेट having 200 record. So 5 column, gender, male, female, explanatory. Age is your age in years. Annual income is in your thousands of dollars. So 15 means $15,000. Spending score 1 till 100. 1 means person doesn't spend much. 100 means पैसा फूकने में लगा रहता है, ठीक है? 100 means थोड़ा खर्चीला इंसान है, ठीक है? So that is the score. So how much the person is scoring. So your problem statement is build the k-means model, find the value of k. ठीक है, टेल मी द फाइनल वैल्यू ऑफ के। ठीक है, आई थिंक इट्स वेरी सिंपल है, ज्यादा डेटा क्लीनिंग भी दिखता नहीं, सिर्फ एक ही कॉलम है, मेल फीमेल, राइट। गो अहेड, बिल्ड द मॉडल, लेट मी नो द वैल्यू ऑफ के। सब लोग मेरे को एल्बो प्लॉट बिल्ड करके दिखाएंगे प्लीज। नाउ टेल मी व्हाट वाज योर क्वेश्चन, यू आर सेइंग समथिंग। हमें किसी ग्रुप पे फोकस नहीं करना है, हम क्या करेंगे, हम ये फाइनल डेटा फ्रेम कस्टमर को कस्टमर आई थिंक जो तुम जिसके लिए तुम काम कर रहे हो उसको दे देंगे। ठीक है, किस ग्रुप को कौन सा एडवर्टीजमेंट कौन सा प्रोडक्ट बेचना है, दैट इज नॉट द वर्क ऑफ आवर डेटा साइंटिस्ट, वो बिजनेस टीम सोचेगी बेस्ड अपॉन दी सेंट्रॉइड्स। ठीक है, सब लोग करो प्लीज, एंड कोई भी ब्रेक मत लेना, ट्राई कंप्लीटिंग इट एंड देन प्रोबब्ली यू कैन एंड द सेशन। बट एनीवे आई एम नॉट टीचिंग एनीथिंग न्यू एज ऑफ नाउ, कुछ नया नहीं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, बट एटलीस्ट प्रैक्टिस कर लो गाइस, है ना। देयर आर वन और टू मोर थिंग्स व्हिच आर लेफ्ट इन के मींस, एक बार जल्दी से मॉडल बिल्ड कर लो, देन आई विल टेक देम अप, स्मॉल स्मॉल थिंग्स थ्योरी का। Then I'll tell you how to use this k-means in your real life. जल्दी से सब लोग प्लीज मॉडल बिल्ड कर लो, लेट मी नो द वैल्यू ऑफ के। जल्दी मीन्स 15 मिनट ले लो, 10 मिनट ले लो, एंड देन वी विल सी सम मोर थ्योरी। Everyone is built fit and true in the law. प्लॉट आने का रुकना नहीं है, माइंड में के की वैल्यू को डिसाइड करना है, व्हाट शुड बी द वैल्यू ऑफ के। अरे बड़ा सिंपल ऊपर वाला कोड कॉपी करो फाइल का नाम चेंज करो अगर फाइल का नाम चेंज नहीं करना तो उसी नाम से रीड करो चलो डेटा का नाम डेटा नहीं कर सकते हो Okay, build. So what's the value of K? 3, 4, 5, 6, सब बोल दो. 5, 6, 4 क्या समझ गए? वो वाला कैलकुलेशन करके देखो जो मैंने बताया. वही किया, कितना आ रहा है? 5. 5 to 6 पे कितना वैल्यू जाता हुआ दिख रहा है? Okay, so seems to be 5. ठीक है. ठीक है guys, so I think that's it. अगर सबका मॉडल बिल्ड हो गया, प्लॉट आ गया, फाइनल क्लस्टर वैल्यू श्रेयस बोल रहा है 4 अकॉर्डिंग टू तो ठीक है guys, take the value of KS 5. So प्लॉट बिल्ड कर लो एंड श्रेयस एक बार वापस चेक करो. आई थिंक द करेक्ट आंसर सीम्स टू बी 5 अकॉर्डिंग टू यू. करेक्ट आंसर सीम्स टू बी 5. ठीक है guys, so with this I'll end the session. Thank you and for joining. I don't have anything else to discuss. So tomorrow when we'll meet, we will continue with our unsupervised कुछ और algorithms we'll see. Please K-means की theory सब लोग याद करके आओ, है ना? So we will, I'll ask few candidates to revise it in the class.